Hello again, race fans here on the shores of Lake Guntersville. We're approaching the end of our lunchtime period. Let me see what kind of a time I've got. Well, we've actually approached and gone past it, which is why I'm on the hook here. I've got a couple of minutes after 1 o'clock, and if you look, I don't know what direction that is, but we've got some storms in the area that we're keeping an eye on, and the good part about it is it's a fast-moving storm, and it's skirting us down toward the causeway. How about that? If you look that way, I don't know what direction it is, but it is skirting us right now. We're in a little bit of a hold. We're just going to make sure it's indeed going to clear us, which it looks like it's going to do, and the Weather Service advises us it is going to do. So we're just in a little bit of a hold. We're not, we don't have any issues, any problems, other than we're just going to make sure those black clouds get out of here, and then we'll go back to racing because we've got lots more to do. I was enjoying the music. I'm sure you are too. Let's crank it back up. We'll be back when we're ready to go racing.
Hello, welcome back to Guntersville Lake and the Hydrofest here in 2024. You've seen some Grand Prix, you've seen some unlimited F1s. They're going to run for the Southern Cup coming up a little bit later on. But now, a special treat for those of you that may never have seen this. This is the stock outboard class. This is a marathon. This is a 20-minute, as many laps as you can get in 20 minutes. And this is not just any marathon, but this is the Citizens Bank and Trust Stock Outboard Marathon. Citizens Bank and Trust, your locally owned community bank. Citizens Bank has continued to support and contribute to Hydrofest since 2018. This year, Citizens has brought the stock outboards to Guntersville for the very first time. And we are at great thanks to Citizens Bank and Trust. What you see out there, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be 19 or 20 boats today. You've got 3 different classes. They are about to start. That's what the big green flag means. They are dropped. They will head up in the opposite direction of what you saw all the other racers go today, and they're going to head up what we will call the front stretch. The first turn, unlike most closed courses and what you saw earlier today, is all left turns. Turn number 1 will be a right turn. 3 different classes out there. You got the A stock runabouts. They're a smaller engine, about a 15 horsepower. Then you've got the 25 super stock runabouts. They're running a 20 cubic inch Yamato engine with a restrictor in it. And then you've got the C runabouts. Somebody's got a problem early. That's the 22H. I believe that's Summer Dirksen. But now they come out of turn 1. It's a right turn. Then they're going to head out there to turn 2. It's a left turn. So these marathons are different than closed course racing because you only turn left. This boat has to turn left, has to turn right. Now they approached up in a straightaway. That appears to be Mac Fowler out in front in the 999M. And then they'll go up and they'll make their into turn number 3, which will be a left-hand turn. Small little turn. And you see there the lead boat out in front. That's the 999V of Mac Fowler. He's headed up now to turn number 4. Turn number 4 is a right turn. Notice the green buoy. Have to keep that on your right when you have a right turn. So they come out of the right turn. They'll make a large kind of arcing move till they'll go to turn number 5, which will be up at the far end of the lake. Turn number 5 will be another, but more of a sweeping right-hand turn. It's going to get interesting in about 2 or 3 laps when you've got boats going in both directions across the start-finish line. Some will be on 1 lap and some will be a half a lap behind or half a lap ahead, depending on which way you're looking at it. Wide variety of drivers from all over, vast majority of them from Michigan. Marathon racing is huge in Michigan, and we are trying to spread stock outboard racing all across the country, but especially marathon racing. So, coming out of turn number 5, and as I said, turn number 5 is a sweeping right-hander, and then they're going to come across the start-finish line. So that's 1 lap for Mac Fowler in the 999V. There's Dominic Trollian in 3J. We've also got, so we got 4 A-stock runabouts. As I went over the course for you, they're up down to turn 1, which I mentioned earlier is a right-hand turn. Notice they are running the course. If you keep an eye out there, you'll see a bunch of green buoys. And that's predominantly what the course is. There's a right-hand turn. That's coming out of turn number 1 and 2. And then they'll come down, trying to see if there's anybody still completing their first lap. There are a few, and here's where you'll see traffic in both directions. This is the interesting part of a timed marathon to do how many laps you are. You see the far boats have to stay closest to that outside buoy, keeping that on their left. The near boats have to stay closest as possible to this buoy, closest to the shore, again keeping that on their left. So you're going to see boats going back and forth in both directions in front of you. Wonder, what the heck is going on? Well, this is stock outboard marathon racing, and there's 18 or 19 of them out there in different classes. We got the 919V of Matty Fowler's A-Stock runabout. We saw Summer Dirksen unfortunately pull in. Dom Trollian's out there in the 24J. He's a Michigan boy. You got Brady Brakeman, a youngster from Michigan, 147M. You got the 25 runabouts. You got a family out there. You got a father and two sons. The father is John Janicki. He's in the 201M. He's joined in his class by James Klein in the 91M, Ryan Schwanger in the 25F, and Chris Ritz, the 911M, and Johnny Wodlarski's in a 3J. And then your field in the C's, you got Mikey Ackerstrom in the 8B, Mark Weber in the 366M, Mac Fowler, who was your first boat that you saw earlier, the black boat with the white numbers, 999V. Paul Tykes, the 85M. And then the brothers, the Janicki brothers, Garin and Jameson. Garin running 20M today, Jameson running the 202M. They're going to compete against one another. Tom Schlarb from Michigan, but he's run the 78F. You got Mike Parrott. He flies planes as well as races boats. He's in the 696M. Jacob Smith in the 145M, and Chris Harley rounds out the field in the 69M. So the first boat I've seen still go across is Fowler. What they'll do is they'll run 20 minutes, and then with about, once we get the 10 minutes to go, I'll maybe get a signal from somebody. I wasn't smart enough to set my phone to time it, so hopefully I'll get something from one of the scorers when there's 10 minutes left or 5 minutes left. Hopefully they'll be kind enough to make me look good. That's a tough job in its own right. But back to the race course. You got a bunch of boats going up there into turn number 1, a hard right-hand turn. They start to spread out as you get into laps number 3 and 4. So far, no blue and white flag. That's a good sign. That means all boats are still running. The only boat that I saw pull off was the 22H of Summer Dirksen. There's the 25F. He didn't get out yet. Well, he got out but didn't complete a yap yesterday, so it's nice to see Ryan Schwanger, 25F, out there this afternoon. He had a bit of bad luck. And yesterday, as he came around that first turn and went to go into the second turn, he kind of came out of the boat, right into the water. So, and he got to sit out there for about 19 minutes and 47 seconds because it took him about 13 seconds to hit the water. That's a sad feeling, I'm sure. So scorer's job here, they have the toughest job of all. They got to write these boats down as they go by. And I don't know, I'm not good with distance. That looks about like maybe a gap wedge, 90 yards maybe, 270, 300 feet to that inside buoy maybe. But their job is just write down boat numbers. Then they go back at the end and figure out which boat was in which class. So it's just writing down numbers, and they're doing it without binoculars. And they get to recognize the boats. Boats look, that's 24J. They'll know that one when they go by the next time. That was the 201 them, one of the Janicki brothers. I mean, he may be calling it a day. Yep. So John Janicki has called it a day in the 201M. It's perfect marathon conditions, I think the boys and ladies that were out there will tell you. They run in a lot worse than these conditions up in Topo in Michigan, where they have the national championship, Stock Outboard Marathon National Championships, 42 miles, I think it is, on the first day. 21 miles out, 21 miles back. Burt Lake up in somewhere. They say it's absolutely gorgeous. I'll take their word for it. That purple and lime green boat, that's Tom Schlarb. There goes the 3J of Johnny Wodlarski. He's running in a 25 runabout today. 85M Paul Tykes. Paul Tykes, former Rookie of the Year in 2016. I'll tell you, who's moving out there on that backstretch is the other Janicki, Jamison Janicki. He's got a good run going in that C runabout. Uh-oh, we got motor problems there. He's off plane for the moment. It's an M boat. Can't make out the number 147 maybe. That might be that. I think that's Brady Brakeman. Brady drove all through the night and got here at 11 a.m. yesterday for his 1 o'clock start. That's how dedicated these guys are to stock outboard racing, all the way from Michigan. He had heard about what was going on down here. He had heard about the unbelievable Guntersville Lake and this Hydrofest, and he said, I got to be a part of that. Come on, Brady, get her going, boy. He's working it good. Doing a nice job to stay out of the other competitors' way. Trying to work hard to get that boat back on plane. They've got, you see the blue flag up with the, you may not see the blue flag with the yellow stripe. That warns the drivers that there is a cautionary situation on the race course. In this case, it's young Mr. Brinkman trying to get the boat back on plane. But that gives them a little idea that, hey, I got to be aware there's something going on. Let me look around and see what's happening out here. And here we go with boats going in two opposite directions again. You got the 202M. That's Jamison Janicki. He was going so fast on the backstretch. And then Chris Rich right behind him in the 911. That orange boat in the 20M is Garen Janicki. So it appears that the two boys are still out there, and Daddy had to pull it in. So there was Mac Fowler. He was seemed to be having a good run out there. Something may not be right because he's about to call it a day. He was the first C that we ever saw go across the start line today. What we call a rolling start. It's not the clock start that they normally use on closed course races, and like you saw earlier. There goes Schlarb. There goes Dominic Trollian. 99 V, Matty Fowler. Those last two boats that crossed, Matty with the yellow helmet and Dominic out there, they're the smaller boats. They're the A runabouts. Whoa, we got some air. That was the 696M of Mike Parrott. I said he was a pilot. He got he's trying to get some air time. I don't think those miles count, Michael. And enough for Matty Fowler. She pulls it off the race course and into her pit area. Oh, we got another boat that's gone down. That is the 366M. That's Mark Weber. So now the blue and white flag is flying for several different reasons. Mark's going to try to get it started. He's in Leach back. Playing with the motor. Hey, Mark's got to be careful he don't come out of that boat or sink that boat. Again, 20 minutes. Yesterday, I believe they got 9 laps in the 20 minutes. So that's your basic number. About 2 minutes, 10 seconds or so per lap for the bigger classes, the C runabouts. They're the fastest class that's out there. And then the 25s are slightly behind them. And then, of course, the A runabout's probably 7 or 8 miles an hour slower. So they won't get in as many laps in the 20 minutes. Of course, the bout that crosses the finish line first and completing the most laps will be your winner, and then so on and so forth. Much like you saw earlier in the Unlimiteds, 400 points for first, 300 for second, 225 for third, 169, and so on and so on. If you want to look any of those numbers up, you can certainly go to the website, apba.org. Go to the resources, look up the rule books. You can find out anything you want to know about this sport. Probably have an H1 Unlimited website. You could go check that out too. You'll see a lot of interesting things. If you're ever interested, I'm going to tell you this right now. If you have any interest in ever getting into boat racing, go up and find a driver and ask them how to do it. How did they get started? So it's nice to see the 25F Ryan Schwanger getting some boat time here today. He didn't get much yesterday, maybe about 13 seconds until he dumped it in turn number 2.
I'll tell him right now. Thank you. There's about 5 minutes and 20 seconds left.
According to my unofficial clock on my phone, there's about 5 minutes remaining. Just a tad over 5 minutes remaining. Jacob Smith, the 145M coming by. There's Mike Parrott coming by again, run a little smoother on the water. He's not up in the air like he was so much earlier. You get less and less boats out there. There's Paul Tyke coming up, moving nicely on the front straightaway. Johnny Wodlarski headed up the front straightaway as he passes Tom Schlarb going down the backstretch. Always one of the interesting concepts here of marathon racing, especially on a course like they've set up here, which absolutely all the drivers raving about the course setup and the lake and the conditions here in Guntersville. What a tremendous reception Stock Outboard has received down here. We thank you very much. We certainly are very grateful to everyone that made this happen down here. And, of course, our biggest thank you goes out to Citizens Bank and Trust, the sponsor of this Stock Outboard Marathon and the reason why the Stock Outboarders are here at Guntersville Lake. Oh, we got a boat over right in front of the start-finish line. We'll look for the signal. Clasped hands above the head. I got a signal. I got a signal that he is okay. He did check himself over. Sometimes it happens. He was running by himself, and now he's swimming by himself. But he did give the clasped hand signals, which lets everybody know, including your officials and referees, that he has checked himself over and deemed himself to be okay. And now he'll position himself. What a great job these drivers all do when they do go in the water. He's going to position himself so that the boat kind of is his shield, if you will. And again, the boat, you see the boat right by the rescue boat sliding right on in there as safely as they possibly can. What a tremendous job they always do. Doesn't matter where you go, but these H1 rescue squads, this is the finest I've seen, I can tell you that right now. And they are coming up, and again, great job. Couldn't see the number. Looks like 202M. That's Jamison Janicki. Thank you very much for giving me that shot there on camera, whatever that was. That was awesome. Yeah. Boy, I'm going to be spoiled when I get back to Stock Outboard World. I'll tell you that right now. My price just went up. If they let me bring one person, I know who I'm bringing. That'll be my wife, by the way. Sorry, man. Safety boat right in excellent position. Got the blue, and they can see the blue flag with the yellow stripe, meaning there is a danger, a cautionary situation on the race course. And in this case, it is the fact that Jamison Janicki is holding on to his boat. I probably got about, according to my calculations, I got about 2 minutes left. When we do hit that 20-minute mark, you will see the white flag go by. When the white flag goes up, the boat that has gone through first will get the white flag, and that'll signify that it's everybody's last lap, and they will complete the lap that they are on. Once the last boat goes by the white flag, they will then bring out the checkered flag. What a job by the rescue people. Look at that. They're already right next to Jamison. They've got him protected. They're going to get him inside the boat. Kudos to that team out there on the water. I'm thinking we're closing in. I see the flagman has the white flag in hand, and from my calculations, I'm closing on to about less than a minute. There it is. And you can see that just a minute just went off our screen, getting him into the boat. There he is. They're going around the green buoys. There's one of the right-hand turns that we have. Driver is aboard the boat. Wow, that's amazing. Great job. Absolutely fantastic. All right, the white flag is out, so this will be the last lap. Those 20 minutes probably for some drivers out there seem like they're out there forever, especially if your boat broke down or you're out there and just watching your fellow drivers go driving on by you. That orange boat you see there, that's the 20M of Gavin Janicki, as he went right by his brothers. His brother's on the rescue boat. I'll be back when this is over. They'll tabulate, and it takes a little while because you got to figure out, all you're writing down are the numbers, and then you got to figure out who's in what class, how many laps each one of them did. But we will be back at some point. I'm sure Brad will be kind enough just to give me a couple more seconds to let me give you the results here of what has been an absolutely exciting Citizens Bank and Trust Stock Outboard Marathon number 2. We got a third one coming up later on the schedule. White flags flying. Last lap of the Citizens Bank and Trust Stock Outboard Marathon number 2. When that boat, that was the lead boat, went across to get the white flag. Once the last boat goes across, you can see the other flagman now is putting back the blue and white. They're going to fly that just to remind them that there is a cautionary situation on the race course. But they are very close to changing the white flag to checkered. Scorers will let the flagger know when it's time to throw the checkered. That looks like Mike Parrott going by there. There's Johnny Wodlarski going by. Still the white. So these guys are still getting the white flag. Waiting for that lead boat to come by. There's Tom Schlarb going across on the backstretch. As you can see, they go around and then up into turn 1 as a righty, and then turn 2, and turn 3 is more of a lefty. Turn 4 goes back up and makes it a hard right, and then a sweeping right onto turn 5. Here comes Ryan Schwanger in the 25F. Getting his white flag, so he's got 1 lap to go. Now the checkered. Checkered flag is out. Let's see who comes by first after the checkered. They're coming out of turn 4 and turn 5 over there, which is a big sweeping, arcing right. First boat I see going across is the 20M of Garen Janicki. So I'm guessing Garen running the C runabout might be your C runabout winner. Again, whatever I announce here is completely unofficial. But it would appear that Garen Janicki is going to take C runabout in the Citizens Bank and Trust Stock Outboard Marathon C class. Garen Janicki in the 20M. He's from Harbor Springs, Michigan. He's the younger of the two brothers. He got into boat racing because he didn't want his brother to have all the fun. Then you got Tom Schlarb in the 78M. 78F appears he's also a C runabout, so he'll probably be second. Again, Chief scorers will tabulate up the points and the laps and all that stuff, and then they'll give me a list of the top 3 in each class, and I'll come back on a little bit later on in one of the breaks and let you know who won each individual class in the Citizens Bank and Trust Stock Outboard Marathon number 2. Here comes Paul Tyke. Paul Tyke, also a C runabout driver. Then you got the 145M of Jacob Smith, also a C runabout. Haven't seen a 25 or an A yet come across with the checkered. What do we have here? We could have our first 25 runabout. I do believe we do. And it would be the 24J. Oh, no, that's an A runabout. That's Dominic Trollian. So our first A runabout's Dominic Trollian. And then right behind him, I think our first 25 might be Johnny Wodlarski. Behind Wodlarski was James Klein. And then you had Mike Parrott. Mike Ackerstrom in the 8B finishes next. Now just waiting for those last C's, 25s, and A's to finish their rate. We know that Summer Dirksen and Matty Fowler pulled in. I don't know. I don't remember Brady Brinkman. That's him over there on the other side, I think, still sitting. We got Chris Ritz in the 911M coming in, and then you got Ryan Schwanger in his 25F. And the black flag is out. So the racing has been completed. That is the completion of the Citizens Bank and Trust Stock Outboard Marathon number 2. We will be back a little bit later on to do the Stock Outboard Marathon number 3. We'll be back even sooner than that to give you the final official results once the scorers have tabulated all the laps completed and all the points. So I hope you enjoyed that little bit of stock outboard racing, marathon style, 20 minutes. They probably got in 9 laps, but a great show was put on here. I hope you enjoyed it at Hydrofest 2024. So we'll be back racing, I imagine, very shortly. Enjoy the time that you have as we have a little downtime coming up. My name is Scott Glossner. I like to announce Stock Outboard. And have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Welcome back to Lake Guntersville. It is the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest featuring the Race for the Southern Cup. Brad Luce here at start-finish line. We just finished with our stock Outboard Marathon number 2. They were out there battling some tough water conditions. That was pretty interesting to watch. Anyway, we're back now. They've gotten those boats out of the water. And while it feels quite calm here on this side of the lake, on the other side, it's blowing pretty stiff over there. We've been in contact with our folks on the other side. In fact, you can see from here, they've actually lowered some of those cranes over there. It's blowing hard enough to where they can't pick a boat up off the trailer. So right now, we are in a little bit of a hold with regards to the wind. And we've also got it. I just was handed a note. We've also got to do some work on our race course because we've got some debris that has been moved around. So we're cleaning up the course. Bottom line is what we're doing is waiting for Mother Nature to cool down a little bit and drop these winds so we can pick boats up, get them in the water, and go racing. But that is the plan. That's what we intend to do. I will do my best to keep you apprised of that situation. Meantime, let's kick it back. Let's play some more good music. We'll be back as soon as I have an update. Welcome, race fans, back to the shores of Lake Guntersville. Unfortunately, there's not as many of you here as there were earlier. However, we are getting ready to go racing. We're going to work on a schedule right now that calls for a 3:45 Grand Prix America final heat and a 4:30 H1 Unlimited final heat. So we've got two more heats we're planning to run. GPs at 3:45, that will be their final, and 4:30 is when we will have boats on the start-finish line for the H1 Unlimited final and the Southern Cup Trophy. When we give you those start times of 3:45 and 4:30, that is go time. That's when the boats are on the line and the heat starts. So it'll be 10 minutes before that. We will start with 5 minutes to a 5-minute mark and our normal countdown. For those of you who may have left the venue but are still within an earshot, we are opening the venue back up. You can come back in and catch the two final heats of the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest. We are working rapidly here on the start-finish line. Our crew is active out on the race course. We had some buoys that got moved, that got blown away. They are quickly putting those buoys back in place. So we are getting ready to go racing, and the venue gates will be reopened. You can come back in, or if you can hear this and you want to continue and head on home, go to YouTube, the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. We will live stream the final heat. They'll have my call. They'll have our drones. They'll have our cameras. We will show you the final heat of both Grand Prix and H1 Unlimited. It's the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest featuring the Southern Cup final that's scheduled right now for 4:30. Our final heat of Grand Prix America is set for 3:45. I'm going to step away from this right now because we've got lots to do. I can help in that effort. We're going to get this on the water, and we're going to finish this event one way or another. 3:45 Grand Prix America final, 4:30 H1 Unlimited. This is Brad Luce saying stay with us. I'll keep you posted if anything changes, and as we get closer, stand by. Hello again, race fans. Welcome back to suddenly a very sunny Lake Guntersville here. And as we look out across the water, from my vantage point, racing conditions are almost perfect. They are very much ideal. Now, if Mother Nature will just do her part and hold off here for about an hour, we're going to get a couple of final heats in the books. And we're going to start with our Grand Prix Southern Nationals Championship. It is presented by Marshall County Tourism and Sports. And maybe, Erica, you can tell us a little bit about what Marshall County does.
Marshall County Tourism and Sports, whose mission is to encourage overnight visits to the community through development of sporting events and festivals. So follow them on Facebook at Marshall County Sports and Events.
We really thank the people with Marshall County. They are terrific, and one particular person down there specifically who has got her heart and soul into this particular event, and she just wants to get a couple good, clean final heats on the water. It is the Grand Prix America Southern Nationals Championship. It's going to be coming up. Oh, we've got a clock moving now. I can give you a time. We are going to run that in 5 minutes and 10 seconds, 5:10. So in about 10 seconds, we should have Grand Prix hydroplanes on the water. Let's take a look at the boats that are going to run in our GP Southern Nationals Championship presented by Marshall County Tourism and Sports. Inside lane number 1. Remember, our lanes are assigned in Grand Prix America Racing. Lane number 1 is going to be GP 35. That's a TM special. It's Brandon Kennedy. He has had a perfect weekend so far. He has been mighty quick. He's going to be tough to beat. But coming from the lane 2 spot, it's a low profile. It's bright orange. It is GP 10. They call the boat the Charger. Kevin Ekert. Kevin Ekert can handle a race boat. If he can get the jump on Brandon, we're going to go 4 times around. He'd have to hold him off, and he'd have Brandon to his left on the inside. But it's Ekert and the Charger in lane 2. Then lane 3 is going to be the GP 17, Miss Renee, with Tyler Eccles. He will be behind the wheel. And then on the outside, which will be defined as lane number 4, will be the Happy-Go-Lucky, the Old Trapper Beef Jerky, and the driver, Greg Hopp. We got Papa Hopp over here on the radio. He'll be talking to his son. We've got boats coming across the water. Fans here in Guntersville, it's the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest, and this is the GP Southern Nationals Championship presented by Marshall County Tourism and Sports. We're going to go around 4 times. Erica, you ready to roll? Well, Erica's telling me she doesn't have a hot mic, but are you ready to go? Thumbs up, thumbs down. You're up. Let's make this happen. All right, who we got coming out here first? Let's take a look at our boats as they come out from the pit area. Ooh, I think you're hot. Did I hear that? Okay. This right now is the boat to beat. This is Brandon Kennedy, GP 35, the TM Special. Erica likes to remind me that last year at the Southern Cup, I kept making comments that nobody could solve the Corey Peabody puzzle. Well, so far this weekend, nobody has solved the Brandon Kennedy puzzle, and it's going to be a tough one to solve, but anything can happen in boat racing. We're looking for 4 boats on the water. I count 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got them all. Second boat, actually the first one going up the backstretch right now is that low-profile boat. That's going to be the GP 15. That's going to be the Old Trapper Beef Jerky. That's Greg Hopp out of Snohomish, Washington, from the Puget Sound area and the Seattle Basin. He's going to be running in lane 4. He'll be on the outside. Now off to his left, here comes Brandon Kennedy with a timing run down to the start-finish line. Boom! Then it's Hopp going across, then it's Tyler Eccles. And that means Kevin Ekert is the boat you didn't see. He was sitting in lane number 2. Again, our field inside out, lane 1, GP 35, TM Special. That's Brandon Kennedy. That's the first boat coming off the corner. That is the white one. Then you got Kevin Ekert in lane number 2 driving the Charger. It is GP 10. The boat is a very low profile orange boat. Got some black and white checkers there. He sticks his nose out in second place going up the backstretch there. Thanks for doing that. Here comes our inside lane boat. Brandon Kennedy's going to come across the race course. Legal maneuver. But Brandon's going to come back around here. A little bit of the mystery is not here involved because these lanes are assigned. So coming off the top end of the race course is Tyler Eccles on the outside. It is Kevin inside. And those are timing runs. That is, they're just timing how long it takes them to get from point A to point B, with point B being the start-finish line. Looking at the clock here, we're inside 2 minutes. We are coming up on 1 minute mark. 1 minute to the start of our final heat. Going to go 4 times around. Here comes Brandon Kennedy, GP35, off the top end of the race course. White flag is up as we are inside. 1 minute. It is the GP Southern Nationals Championship presented by Marshall Kennedy Tours and Sports. One of the crown champions. And I'm telling you right now, some of these guys may have to hurry because we're inside 40 seconds. We're inside 30 seconds right now. Let's go, guys. It's a quick run off the top end of the course, and they're going to be loud and proud coming down here to put 4 in the books. But Eccles, driving that Miss Renee's, got to catch up and make up some time. All right. Inside 15 seconds to the start. Greg Hopp coming way on the outside in that low-profile yellow boat. The rest of the field's going to come up behind him. We are inside 5 seconds. In fact, we're 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, and it's Brandon Kennedy running in a good start. Down to the lower end of the race course, Brandon Kennedy sits in lane 1. Nobody's been able to beat him this weekend, and he got the jump on the field. He definitely got the jump on the field. That's going to be a tall order, but check it out. Kevin Ekrit in the Charger's going to pull up alongside. The start is legal. Everybody is on the same lap. Kevin Ekrit's got a rocket right now on the outside. It's Kennedy in 1. It is Ekrit in 2. They're going to come down to put the first lap in the book. Remember, we go 4 times around. Kevin Ekrit told me at the street fair he really liked this boat. He said, once I figure it out, really spend some seat time in it, this thing's a rocket, it's really going to go. But now he is giving down to Brandon Kennedy, and I'll tell you what, Tyler Eccles is going to blow by him, running up the back streets because Kevin Ekrit has broken something in his boat. He is going dead in the water in the Charger. Still out front, coming down to complete lap number 2. It is Brandon Kennedy, the TM Special. He seemed to have more power and he gave it a little squirt and moved away. Kevin Ekrit in the Charger. I think he's got a lot more speed than he's showing right now. We're going to find out as we are on lap number 3. Tyler Eccles is going to take a run at him. He's pulled up to the rooster tail. Coming off the corner, that is Tyler Eccles, GP17, going to make a run at Brandon Kennedy. Now we'll see if Kennedy's got more under the bonnet. His radio man will tell him right where Tyler Eccles is, but Eccles is going to pull up right with him. Top end of the course, they will come down and pick up a green flag, meaning 1 more to go. Brandon Kennedy tight on the buoy row. Tyler Eccles right with him. Off the top, here they come. 2 boats, 1, 2, still anybody's race. Very, very close to the white flag. 1 to go. Greg Hopp continues to run in 3rd place. Bottom end of the race course on the 4th and the final time around. Tyler Eccles not going away. He's staying in that right side rear view mirror of Brandon Kennedy. But every time Kennedy seems to need a squirt, he seems to always have it. Eccles is really going to push hard into this corner. This is it. He may be able to give a run at it, but I think he's going to run out of real estate here because this is the run for the checkered flag. It is waiting. Brandon Kennedy, GP35, the TM Special. The young man will pick up a 3rd place in our Southern Nationals Championship. Tyler Eccles made a valiant effort there to try and run down Mr. Kennedy, but it just seemed like Brandon, every time a boat got close to him, it seemed like he could give it a little squirt, and the boat would just run away. First it was Kevin Ekrit in the Charger, and then unfortunately he went down and went dead in the water. Then it was Tyler Eccles, and he couldn't run down Mr. Kennedy either. Here comes Greg Hopp, the old track. The checkered flag, and will finish in 3rd place. It is the GP Southern Nationals presented by Marshall County Tourism and Sports. Well, for those watching at home on the live stream, Kevin Ekert got out of the GP10, and as he did, he realized that we had the drone right above him, and he looked up and waved at us. So he is a young man with a great sense of humor, and glad that he can still have it after what I'm sure was a disappointing final heat for him. He gave it a go. I thought he was going to be a player there for a little bit. But then all of a sudden something let go. Tyler Eccles took his place and was able to be very, very close. But we talked about solving the Brandon Kennedy puzzle. Nobody solved it all weekend. The GP35 was a rocket. We're getting what I believe is an unofficial order of finish, although I believe it is going to stand, and I'm sure it's going to be the way we called it on the water. First place, Brandon Kennedy driving the GP35, the TM Special. Second place to Tyler Eccles, Miss Renee. That is the GP17. And rounding out our three finishers, the GP15, Happy-Go-Lucky Old Trapper, beef jerky with Greg Hopp. Just like that, we are done with our Grand Prix America boats for the weekend, ending with the Southern Nationals Championship. It was presented by Marshall County Tourism and Sports. Marshall County Tourism Sports, whose mission it is to encourage overnight visits to the community through development of sporting events and festivals. You can follow them on Facebook at Marshall County Sports and Events. And, oh, by the way, if you don't want to follow them there, if you see them in town here, stick out your hand and say thank you, because there are some people there that work very, very hard to make this the event that it is. We've got rescue and a towboat over to Kevin Ekert, and he has opened the bonnet on the GP10. Again, we will thank our drone pilots for some incredible shots that we're looking at here that are going out on the live stream. It's a long ways away from those of us here on the shoreline. But everything seems to be certainly fine in the GP10. The boat just lost power for some reason. Kevin is fine. He's been just working to make sure he gets a line on his boat so they can get it towed back in. See right back there on the back of the boat, sometimes they call that boat the Freak. And there it was underneath the Charger name now. And Kevin's even going to stick the bonnet back on it. If he can. There he goes. So the boat will look good when he tows it back. Is your mic hot, Erica? All right, Erica's mic is not hot. So that will conclude our Grand Prix America Southern Nationals Championship presented by Marshall County Tourism and Sports. It was a good one. We went 4 laps. Brandon Kennedy is our champion. GP35, the TM Special. All right, sorry, we were getting some information from the officials, but nothing that's going to change anything with our Southern Nationals Championship. I think we've got Erica Allreed wired up here. Brandon Kennedy, the kid can handle the race boat.
Absolutely. I think that's an understatement after the performances that we saw from him and his team this weekend. Wow, he was impressive.
I made the comment a couple of years ago that one of these days, and I think that day is coming, Brandon Kennedy is going to find himself underneath the bonnet of an H1 Unlimited hydroplane. He can really, really drive. All right, there's only one thing left to do. It is the H1 Unlimited, the race for the Southern Cup on the South's fastest water. It's presented again by Marshall County Tourism and Sports, so we can talk all about them. Marshall County Tourism and Sports, this is the 6th year that Marshall County Tourism and Sports has brought Guntersville Lake Hydrofest to the community. Recognized as one of the top racing events in the country, fans, we hope you have enjoyed Guntersville, Alabama. It's good food, it's friendly people, and don't forget that Southern hospitality. You had never been here before. Did you have a good time?
I had the best time, and now I feel like I cannot miss this event going on in the future.
You're not going to. We're going to make sure you come back down here. Let's take a look at our field. And we've got 6 H1 Unlimited hydroplanes in the pit area. For this particular final heat, we're going to have 6 H1 Unlimited hydroplanes on the water. They will not all be on the front row. They have counted up the points as best we can in an abbreviated day. And I see from our drone shot, as they're panning up and down the beach, we got fans, waving. We see you down there. That's awesome. Thank you for sticking around. Nice toss of the hat there. I saw that one. Hey, you guys are looking good on there. Thanks for hanging with us. There we go. Fist in the air. Make it happen, guys. We're going to go racing here. We're going to give you a final heat. It's going to be 5 laps around this race course. It's a winner-take-all for the Southern Cup on H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing. Let's talk about the boats. Who's going to be in this thing? U1, the defending national high points champion. It's bright red. It's trimmed in yellow. It is the Beacon Electric. It is driven by our defending national high points champion driver, J. Michael Kelly. And a boat that has surprised a lot of people and had a very, very good weekend is the U11, the Miss Mercury's Coffee and Jamie Nielsen. They got their first ever heat win earlier today. The boat has really performed well. They are very, very happy. Miss Mercury's Coffee with Jamie Nielsen. The brand spanking new U27 Miss Apollo, driven by the winningest driver in the history of H1 Unlimited Racing, Dave Vilwalk. He has returned for 2024. He's driving the Miss Apollo U27. He will be on the front row of our final heat, joining J. Michael Kelly and Jamie Nielsen. Also on the front row, the U40, it's Tennessee Orange, it's Bucket List Racing. Dustin Eccles will be there for this one. We know that boat's fast, and they're going to be joined on the front row by the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, driven by Andrew Tate. We are going to run a trailer boat. They are going to start 10 seconds behind the field, and that boat is going to be the U9, the Beacon Plumbing and Corey Peabody. Erica, they just didn't have a good weekend, and unfortunately we're trimming some heats off of the program here, so we just never really had the opportunity to go out and rack up a couple heat wins and get more points.
It's very unfortunate for the U9, Corey Peabody, who was arguably one of the championship favorites coming into this season. But if there's anything we've known from his track record is although that he's the trailer, although he's 10 seconds behind, you cannot count him out or that strong racing team.
Well, it's pretty hard to win from the trailer position. It has happened once, but it was a early race back in the 1980s on San Diego's Mission Bay, and that's when turbine boats were still trying to figure out how you run with salt water and turbines, and it helps when everybody else goes dead in the water. But we're going to have a trailer boat, and unfortunately for Corey Peabody Strong Racing, it is going to be them that are going to be in the trailer position. And I say unfortunate because they're the defending Southern Cup champion. They were the winner here a year ago. But they will take a good shot at this. Corey will run the boat. He'll run the boat hard. He's that kind of a competitor. And I can tell you, as soon as the boats get back to the dock, whatever the outcome, Corey Peabody is going to become laser focused on Madison, Indiana, and the Ohio River. He will be ready to go, feeling that that's where he broke the boat a year ago. That's where he blew the boat over 2 years ago. I think he probably feels the Ohio River owes him one.
I would say it does, and I know he will be searching for some redemption, not only because of those 2 instances, but this weekend as well. So a Corey Peabody that's looking for some redemption is a dangerous Corey Peabody, so I'm very curious to watch him for the next race.
But for right now, it is Lake Guntersville, and he will be in the trailer position. Let's take a look at some of these boats a little bit closer. The U1, the Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly, defending national high points champion. He's had a good weekend. He was our 3rd fastest qualifier. He's been solid. He's won a heat. He's finished high. He's got points. He's solid. And he's an extremely heady driver. you better always know where JMK is.
Absolutely, and I was chatting with him after a couple heat wins, and what I found so interesting was that he still felt like he had more left in the tank. He always has that champion's mindset of finding a way, never giving up, and as soon as he comes back from a heat win, he said he and the team are analyzing and working even to get better, although those dominant performances. So he's still searching, and it's a very good start for him.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I'm just, the whole story here around this next boat, the U11, the Miss Mercury's Coffee, Jamie Nielsen, Scott and Shannon Rainey out of Cleellum. They've got the new sponsor. They've been right up here behind us. I just talked to them as I headed up there before we started the GP heat. They are so excited, and I told you yesterday, or perhaps again today, the day is coming. The day is coming when Jamie Nielsen, Scott and Shannon Rainey, and that U11 racing team, now branded under Miss Mercury's Coffee, the day's coming that they are going to claim an unlimited victory. And if it happens today, you're canceling your flight home because you, me, my wife, we're all going over to the pit area. They're going to lock the place down. I'm telling you, Scott and Shannon are going to have a whale of a party that day. I'm not going to miss it.
And we keep on saying it's not if, it's when for this team. And it really could come sooner than we think, possibly even today. And I asked him earlier what it's going to take to win that final heat. And he said with the size of this race course and the size of the corners, he is putting an emphasis on carrying speed. He said he needs to get back to that 166 mark if he wants a shot at this. So I'm curious to see if he can do just that.
And he may have to run a little bit hotter than that to pull it off. But the boat is certainly capable of it. It would be quite a day if they could pull that off. And then I'm looking here at the U-27, a brand new unlimited hydroplane right out of the box here. The thing was assembled and built here all in Alabama. The parts that they needed were fabricated at the Wiggins shop here in Alabama. This is an Alabama product. You need a boat to root for. You're rooting for Dave Villwalk and the Miss Apollo. We know the man can drive. He's the winningest driver in the history of the sport. He's also the oldest driver that's ever gotten behind a wheel of one and made a legal start. He claimed that record this weekend. But what's really impressed me is how the boat is handled. The second time they ran the boat, they turned a lap at 163 miles an hour.
Yeah, and I asked him earlier, I said, although you have you have the most decorated resume in the sport, what are your expectations? This is a brand new hull. And he said simply, this weekend is just a test. So they are figuring things out. They are shaking everything down. But for this just being a test session, he has been very impressive with not only his speeds, but his finishes as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing more from him in the Miss Apollo.
Oh, trust me. You're going to see lots more from Dave Villwalk and the Miss Apollo. As we talked about that boat over the weekend before we move to our next one, I don't think there is a guy on the planet who could set up a hydroplane better than Dave Villwalk. He is somebody who would come back to the dock after a run and say, okay, it's doing this. We need to change this. We need to do. The guy is amazing. He is absolutely amazing. Number 4 on our list here. It's bright Tennessee orange. It's the U40. It's bucket list racing and Dustin Eccles. We know that boat is fast. A year ago, right here on the race course, they turned a lap north of 171 miles an hour. We didn't get the water conditions this weekend during testing and qualifying to see that kind of speed. But Dustin showed me, the most they showed me out of that boat was in Heat 1. If you remember all the way back to yesterday when he hooked up with J. Michael Kelly in our first heat of the weekend, and he just kept getting closer and closer, and pretty soon he was a boat length back, then he was 2/3 of a boat length, then he was 1/3 of a boat length, and it was darn near a photo finish right here. After not 3, we ran 4 laps, remember. If the finish line would have been down the river, one more buoy, I think he would have been the winner. But the key to me was he drove around J. Michael Kelly on the outside.
Yeah, if there has been any performances or drivers that have really impressed me this weekend, it is that of the U40. And I debriefed with him after that exciting race, and he said he chased him down as best as he could, and that was on full display. But he said what matters to him is getting out front when it really matters in this final heat. So he is really looking for his first race victory.
Kid, you're learning this sport. You can, it doesn't make any difference what you do in these preliminary heats. As long as you get enough points to get on the front row, it all goes away at that point and win the final, and suddenly you walk out of here with the big trophy. And if there's one guy who knows how to win as much as anybody, it is the U91, Miss Goodman Real Estate, and that kid named Andrew Tate. Now, he has not had the best weekend either. He's had a couple of hiccups. The first one, he came in after his first heat on Saturday and said, it was my fault. I blew it. The boat dropped off a plane, and they've had that happen twice, and both times that the boat has gone off a plane and basically come to a stop, it's been a difficult time trying to get the boat restarted and back up. In previous years, when that has happened, our 80-mile-an-hour rule would have thrown him out of the race. But that rule, I think it's still buried right out there in front of the table. The 80-mile-an-hour rule is 6 feet under, and it's gone, so that allowed Andrew Tate to come out and at least score some points, all being tardy on the line. But we know how fast that boat is, and we know how competitive Andrew Tate is.
Oh, absolutely. And despite the highest of highs and the lowest of lows for him this weekend, he still has full confidence in that, in himself and that hull in general. He said it has everything it needs to be out front, and it's proven track record that boat can be successful, but he said for him, he is still learning that boat, and he is still fine-tuning. So things will come, but if this is his baseline too, that is very impressive, as he set the fastest time in preseason and here for a RevChem fast lap. So very impressive. If he is still learning, we're in for a treat this season.
Oh, he is still learning, and he will tell you, if he'd been driving that boat for 10 years, he'll tell you, yeah, yep, I'm still learning the boat. And you're right, when you bring up the test session, that was the first time he ever crawled in the boat. This is the first race he's ever been in this boat. So we got to cut the guy a little bit of slack. I think you said something about there he's an extreme competitor. That would be the understatement of the weekend. Andrew Tate is a fun guy. He was over here running around barefoot in the sand and having fun with us yesterday. I'm telling you, the game face is on over there right now as he gets ready to climb aboard that U91. The other big piece we need to talk about, that's our field. But as we talk about the other big piece that is there, it's the new H1 Unlimited directive, it's the new Hydrotown group, and the changes they have made to the racing of H1 Unlimited hydroplanes for 2024, and the biggest is the start procedure. And we have seen all kinds of things going on. I expect oh gosh, now I got to do some quick math because we score up out here at a minute 30, so that would be 3.5, but they can come out at the 6-minute mark, so I guess that makes it 4.5. The 4.5 minutes before they score up here at 1:30 is going to be a very interesting time on this race course. We haven't seen, I don't think, the same strategy employed by any team twice, and you talk to these drivers, and if they've got a really good strategy, if they've got one that they can't wait to show everybody, they haven't shown it yet because you pull it out right here when the Southern Cup's on the line. This is going to be fun. Fans, we're going 5 times around. We haven't been able to talk for a while because of the weather. The weather right now is absolutely stunning. If you look at these water conditions, they couldn't be better for the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest and the race for the Southern Cup. We are supposed to be at the start-finish line at 4:30. It is 4:10 on my clock right now. I think we've run down the field. I think we talked about everything we need to do. Let's step away. Let's play a few more tunes. Those people down there in the shoreline, they were in their lawn chairs and having fun. Let's give them some music for a few minutes, and then we'll come back, and we will crown our 2024 Southern Cup champion. But for right now, for Erica Allreed, this is Brad Luce saying, we'll be back. Don't go away. All right, race fans, it's time to crown the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest and Southern Cup champion. It is time for the final heat of our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. They are going to be coming out of the water shortly here. We are inside 5 minutes to the 5 minute mark. We are at 9 minutes. And in fact, we are at 9 minutes right now. So 4 minutes to the 5 minute mark. Remember, because the pit area is so far across the lake, our boats can come out at the 6 minute mark. That is a change on this race course versus others. Erica, we've seen some interesting stuff going on here in our pre-race milling period, new starting procedure. People are trying different things. And as we were just talking a few minutes ago, if you got a real trump card up your sleeve, this is the time to put it on the table and play it.
Absolutely. It's an adjustment indeed, and has been the most interesting race before the race that I think that we've seen. And talking with some of the drivers, they said it's been an adjustment period, to say the least, with the new start procedure and get accustomed to it. But a lot of them have done this in smaller classes, so it's just a matter of getting timing marks down from here. So really looking forward to this race before the race, because I have surely been entertained.
We've all been entertained. We've had some tremendous racing. I feel bad that we didn't get to complete the program the way we really wanted to. But we are at least going to be able to complete this by running our final heat. Looking at the clock, 7 minutes and 45 seconds. 7 minutes and 45 seconds to the start of the Southern Cup. The boats can come out at the 6 minute mark. Their lanes are not assigned to them. They will come out and fight for those lanes, as it is, and we call that sometimes the race before the race. And it can be obviously very, very important. I will be anxious to see who comes out first, who wants to come out here and get on the water first. This is the first time, also remember this is the first time we will have 6 boats on the water at one time. The most we have had out here, H1 Unlimited style, has been 4. We're going to have 6 boats out here. That's going to make the water rougher. It's going to make moving around the race course, cutting the course, finding a position a little bit more difficult. And let's just add one more piece to the puzzle. We've ran 3-lap preliminary heats 5 times around. For somebody who might be here and having never seen an unlimited hydroplane race before, we've talked about points, we've talked about finish positions, we've talked about this, that, and everything else. This is a winner-take-all final. You want that checkered flag after 5 laps around this course. Looking over here at the clock, 6 minutes and 30 seconds. We should be able to start seeing rooster tails in about 30 seconds. As our guys are going to come out, you ready, Erica? This is going to be fun.
I am ready. I have been anxiously awaiting this moment and been very impatient. And like you said, things are about to get interesting, because now strategies are coming into play. And like you mentioned earlier, nobody has fully played their hand yet. So I'm curious to see what goes on in this period.
Yeah, everybody's still learning how to negotiate this start. Everybody's learning what works and perhaps what doesn't. So you may try something new now that you've never tried before, but it may not necessarily work the way you think it will. I think we're going to actually be testing and playing with this start strategy, at least from the team standpoint. I think we're going to see that going on most of the summer.
Yep, and we have boats coming out from the dock right now. So the race before the race starts now, Brad.
Yep, it does indeed. And we are going to get to our position here. I am told in my ear that all of our boats are away from the dock and out on the water. Look at that sight coming across Lake Guntersville. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Beautiful sight as the world's fastest race boats come out on the water. Top end of the race course, we'll start calling the boats as we are at the 4 minute and 55 second mark. 4:55 till the start. Watching our intrepid drone pilots here. They've been having a good time this weekend and giving us a lot of great shots. Now let's take a look at our race boats as they come down here. We'll pick them out one by one as they come by out of the sun. Lane number 1, the first one coming down, Andrew Tate in the Goodman Real Estate U91. Just outside him and to the right is the Bright Orange Bucket List Racing. Then it is the U11 Miss Mercury's Coffee. and Jamie Nielsen. And Jamie Nielsen says, see you guys. I'm going to cut the course and head to the other side. A perfectly legal maneuver. He can cut the course from the front to the back on the lower end of the race course. He cuts the course from back to front at the top end. Here comes Strong Racing, the duo. There's Corey Peabody. He will be the trailer boat in this one. He comes across start-finish line, and on his left is the bright red and orange, bright yellow if you want, of the U1, the Beacon Electric, and J. Michael Kelly. Still looking for Dave Villwalk. He's up at the top end of the race course, going to get passed right there by Jamie Nielsen. Nielsen sitting in lane number 1. He likes that lane 1, and he's got it a few times this weekend. It would be key if he could get it, Erica.
Absolutely. And we were talking earlier, and we said arguably one of the most fun drivers to watch during the milling period is that of Jamie Nielsen as he goes and cuts the course yet again. But last season, even without those new start procedures, he always made it very exciting as we have another boat trailing him right now. So strategies are coming out to play.
Yes, they indeed are. That's Dave Villwalk that went across the start-finish line and then cut the course. So we had a couple, 2 or 3 of them do it. Looking at the clock, 3 minutes and 10 seconds, 3:10 till our start. Here comes Andrew Tate. Now he's keeping the boat up. He went down and slowed way down in a couple of those preliminary heats, and it ended up costing him because he spent too much time having to fire it back up. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him keep the speed up on that boat and not risk that problem again. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Here comes Corey. Corey has to start 10 seconds behind the field. 2:45. Erica, we got boats spread all over the race course, but they're going to be bunching up here pretty quick. Remember, they have to be behind the start-finish line buoys at 1:30.
They do indeed, and you were mentioning Andrew Tate, and we were talking about him earlier as in that first heat he had what he said was 100% a driver's error as he went dead in the water, and in another milling period the boat went dead. So I think he's bound and determined to keep speeds up right here. Yeah,
here we go. Here goes the fun part. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. They've got to be behind the start-finish line at $1:30. And everybody is up the backstretch, going to go into the corner. So this is where the strategy is going to be. You're going to go up there early and shut it off and hold yourself to an inside lane and run the risk of these guys behind you coming up and taking it away. We saw Jamie Nielsen do that earlier today. 1:54 right now, and we've got our entire field up there. We need to figure out who is sitting in lane number 1. Is that Andrew Tate in the 91 sitting in lane 1? Oh, boy, that's going to be a tough nut to crack if that's the case. But they have not yet decided their lanes. That doesn't happen until such time. And here comes some speed to the line. We're 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Mark. That's going to be a legal score up. So everybody has scored up legally and was behind that buoy at the minute 30 mark. So that part has been taken care of. But, Erica, these guys have not yet determined what lane they're going to run in.
They have not indeed. And they're all down at the bottom of the race course right now. We see Dustin Eccles sitting pretty close to the inside, but right behind him trailing is that of Andrew Tate.
Now watch what's going to happen here is Dustin Eccles got enough overlap, and he's going to move into lane 1. That's going to put Andrew Tate on the outside. Dustin Eccles, I think, has just stuck the orange bucket list racing on that inside lane. I'm surprised that maybe Andrew Tate didn't challenge him a little bit more. They still have not yet determined their lanes. They've got to have a 5 boat length overlap before they can move in. They will determine their lanes at the entrance pin. They have done that. The lane they are in right now is the lane they must start in. Now, it's interesting to watch Dave Villwalk. Dave Villwalk is way behind everybody. Of course, Corey Peabody is way behind as well, but the clock still has 27 seconds sitting on it, so now these guys are going to go slow up here. Watch Villwalk. He's not the last boat going into the corner. He's the second to the last one. He's going to be the first one to hit the gas, and he has done so. Here comes Villwalk. He's going to be out in lane number 5, but he's going to try and slingshot on these guys and bring a lot of boat speed to the clock. We're inside 10 seconds. Here comes our start. It's time for the race for the Southern Cup. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2, 1. Mark. Man, that was a close start, but I think it was legal. I think it was legal as our boats go down. We'll call them as they are on the water. There's Corey Peabody. He starts behind everybody as he's supposed to. Who's going to come out of the first corner first? U91 Goodman Real Estate, Andrew Tate. Holy smoke, he came out of there quick. Then second place. It is a clean start. Everybody is legal. Now look at Jamie Nielsen. He is sitting in second place on the inside. Andrew Tate's almost opened up a rooster tail. Then just behind and to the left of Jamie Nielsen and that Miss Mercury's Coffee is Bucket List Racing in U40. But it's a U40 on an inside lane. He's got the lane advantage up there. Careful, guys, through the upper end of the race course. Now watch Tate. He's got to leave room for two boats between him and the buoy. He certainly does. Going to get tight in there for Eccles, but there was room. Andrew Tate coming down. He is going to pick up the lead at the end of one. It's Andrew Tate. Erica, he's driving that thing like a rocket, and he's got a lot of speed.
He is. He is really pushing this boat to its fullest capabilities. As we've known, it's had the results in the past, and he said he has everything he needs to win, and that is on full display right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now, keep an eye on third place, because third place right now is J. Michael Kelly. He is in the Beacon Electric. He's in third. He's got his sights set on Jamie Nielsen in the Mercury's Coffee as they're about a third of the way up the backstretch. The boats in second and third place, but our leader, Andrew Tate, U91 Goodman Real Estate. Holy smoke. And as you were talking, Erica, a little bit earlier, he still doesn't understand this boat. He needs more seat time in it. That's going to worry some people because this thing is running like a rocket. The race for second place is still good. So is the race for fourth. The race for fourth is a barn burner. Andrew Tate will come down and put another one in the books. That's number 2 of 5. Tate in a Goodman Real Estate. Second place, Jamie Nielsen trying to hold off our defending national high points champion, J. Michael Kelly, and he's doing a fine job of it. Then it's Bucket List Racing and Dave Villwalk in that brand new boat. He's really got it hooked up and rolling. Keep an eye on Villwalk, too. The boat is light on its feet, and he knows how to fly it. Now, lap number 3, halfway up the backstretch. We are halfway through our Southern Cup final. Andrew Tate with a big lead. Then it is second place, Jamie Nielsen in the Miss Mercury's Coffee. J. Michael Kelly's trying to run down Nielsen, but I don't see him. Oh, now Kelly has moved to the inside. Watch him when they come off the top end of the course up here. I think Kelly has moved to the inside, but Jamie's got enough room on him if he wants to slam the door. Watch how much lane space or where JMK comes off the top end of the course. He is the boat in third. Now our leader, Andrew Tate, will come down and put the third lap in the book. Yes, JMK did indeed go to the inside. Still, Andrew Tate, he's not giving any ground to anybody right now, Erica.
He is not, and despite a blowover last year here, he still was able to gain second place on points, and the last time that he won here was in 2018.
Dave Villwalk in the Miss Apollo has moved now into fourth place. I tell you, you're going to have to keep an eye on that boat one of these days, too, because they're going to figure out that new rod, and Villwalk knows how to drive. The race is still back there for second place, and J. Michael Kelly, honestly, he is not being able to eat into the lead for second place for Jamie Nielsen in the Mercury's Coffee. He went to the inside at the top end of the race course the last time around, but then Jamie Nielsen closed the door on him and made him go back outside. Mike's trying, but he's on the outside of him now. I don't know if he's going to be able to. Now, yeah, he is still on the outside. He tried the inside. Nielsen slammed the door on him. But we're starting to run out of time here, Erica, because you look out here on the start-finish line. The white flag flies. There's one more to go, and it is Andrew Tate driving a 91, the Goodman Real Estate. Look at Jamie Nielsen just flying the 11. The boat is running beautifully. Scott and Shannon Rainey, your boat is a rocket. Mercury's Coffee, you guys have got a piece to deal with. Kelly is in third place. Villwalk running around in the slop in fourth. Then it is Dustin Eccles in Bucket List Racing, our leader. Oh, now Kelly's back to the inside. He's dived to the inside of Nielsen. That's going to be your race coming to the line, but our leader is up the backstretch. It is still Andrew Tate. It has been since the very onset of this heat. Now, the radio guys for Jamie Nielsen, they're going to tell him exactly where J. Michael Kelly sits. Kelly really didn't close much distance up the backstretch, so I don't know if Jamie's going to close the door on him, but I don't think he can now because Mike's getting too close to him. That's going to be a drag race and a close one for second place in the Southern Cup. But our winner, your winner of the 2014 Southern Cup is Goodman Real Estate and Andrew Tate. Oh, boy, and Jamie Nielsen flies the 11. Kelly's right with him on the inside. but it's going to be Jamie Nielsen driving the Miss Mercury's Coffee to a solid second place finish. He was able to hold off a charging J. Michael Kelly. Here comes the Miss Apollo, and Dave Vilwalkie will come back in fourth place. And our fifth place boat will be Dustin Eccles. And I'm telling you, there's a lot of smiles right here at the start-finish line where the Mercury's Coffee people are hanging out. They are happy. You'd think they won this thing. Oh, my goodness. But, Erica, you want to talk about a dominating performance. We just saw one. Andrew Tate and these Goodman Real Estate guys. Boy, that thing was hot. Come on over here, Mr. Rainey. And Mr. Charlie Grooms, congratulations, Charlie. Nice run. He's the winner, and you guys are dancing over here, Scott, like you guys just won this thing, but that was a heck of a run.
Well, hats off to Charlie Grooms and his Goodman Real Estate team. Andrew drove a hell of a race, and that thing's a rocket ship, so we got to go do some more homework and try to get faster. But you know what, for us, we're a little team, and we got a great sponsor in Mercury's Coffee, and we're up and coming, and they better watch out. Here we come.
I like that kind of talk. Congratulations. Go celebrate with all those guys. Mercury's Coffee, our second place finisher. Like I said, you might have thought they had won this thing. Whoa, a dominating performance, though, for the U91. The Goodman Real Estate. The boat was dominant. He nailed the start. Erica, Andrew Tate, he knows how to drive. And we saw what he did different this time than he did in the preliminary heats. He didn't do any of that backing way down and going slow. He knew he had boat. He knew he had power. I think he knew he probably had speed on anybody. And he just wanted to make sure he had a clean lane and some open water. And he made it work. Congratulations, you guys. That was an incredible, incredible run. You folks up in Madison got yourself a fast race boat. We'll put it on the Ohio River. Congratulations to you guys, everybody here. This was a great show. It was the most important part. And my wife, who's standing right here behind you, will tell you this is the most important part and what she likes to say, because in about 30 minutes, all of the boats are going to be on their trailers sunny side up. A safe race.
That is the best part of this race, and it was really, really fun to witness here in person. And like you said, Andrew Tate has set the tone from the very beginning of the season, even at preseason testing. So between his driver capabilities and the way that boat handles, that is a dangerous and deadly kind of combination. But we heard from Scott Rainey. He said they better watch out.
Oh, I'm telling you, that we keep saying it. The day is coming. The day is coming for Scott and Shannon and the Mercury's Coffee. But hats off to Andrew Tate, Goodman Real Estate. That boat, it was an extremely fast boat. The day they opened the box on it in 2018 on the Tri-Cities in Columbia, it was a very quick boat. They didn't race it 2018. They just tested it on Sunday morning the next weekend in Seattle. They ran it, and it was dominant, and it has been pretty much ever since. And you put Andrew Tate in there, and we're being told by the officials right now there are no on-the-water calls. That's big. That's really big, Erica. That means all we have to do now is go through tech inspection because everything was clean on the water. We put 6 boats out there for the first time. Everybody held their lane. They did what they were supposed to do, and it was a good race.
A clean race and an exciting race through and through. And as we watched Andrew celebrate with his team, what cool shots. I hope he really relishes in this moment, and I'm curious to see if he could do it on home waters for the team.
We're watching the H1 officials who just stepped on the deck of the U91 Goodman Real Estate and took the tech box out of the boat, and they will walk it up to the tech truck. They now do the tech inspection definitely in order. The first boat that will go through tech inspection is going to be the 91, and if we can literally be standing here for just a couple minutes, we might get thumbs up that they passed tech inspection, because we've already been told they're clear on the water. When we get that notification, he's your Southern Cup champion.
And although Andrew Tate was very impressive too, I have to say Jamie Nielsen was very impressive to be able to hold off our defending champion in such a way, even though he's going inside, outside, riding that fine edge through that whole race, he was able to keep him at bay, and I think that's a win within itself.
Yeah, it really is. And you pointed out a very good point, because JMK is a consummate competitor, you better know where that guy is at all time, because you think you got him right on your hip. You think you know right where he is, and all of a sudden you're going to wake up and there he is off your left. He'll come in on the other side. He's going to try everything possible to get around you. Jamie Nielsen, he is such a good driver, and he just hasn't had maybe as much boat as these guys have had, and so he's never been able to pull off that first H1 win. But as you pointed out, you heard what Scott Rainey said, you better look out, because we're coming. And very, very cool stuff there as we watch the U91. Still got a lot of smoke coming out from the back of that motor. It's hot. It ran hot. It ran real hot,
to say the least.
Yeah. So the boats are going to be, what a great shot we've got there. We got all the boats lined up dockside, and then we pull right in with the drone with a terrific shot of the Goodman Real Estate hovering above the trailer. And they will set it gently back down, and then they'll go pick up a couple more. Looking at the bucket list racing in the water, Corey Peabody is back, J. Michael Kelly's back. There is the Mercury's Coffee. It is already on the sling and out of the water, and the Apollo is back at the dock. Erica Allreed, we didn't get to see all the racing we wanted to today, but we saw a final heat, and that was a step we tried to take a year ago and didn't get done. So this time we're walking out of here with a definitive champion. I'd like to see if we can't stay on the hook here for another couple of minutes and see if we can't get that announcement from Tech Inspection that everything was good on the 91. I'm sure they're looking at the data right now. And with the 80-mile-an-hour rule gone, what they're doing, they're looking at two things, and we had both of them come up this weekend. They're looking at fuel flow, and they're looking at that pesky N2. Pass on both of those, you're good to go, Mr. Andrew Tate. So we will wait and hang out. Now, for our fans that are still here, you don't have to go home. We're going to have a big trophy presentation here. It's going to take us a few minutes to get the drivers over here and so forth, and we will go through the tech, and then we will have our final order of finish for the Southern Cup, and we will have our award ceremony just as soon as we can. Boats are being put on the trailer. I'm actually going to step away, and Erica, if you want to keep gabbing here, looking at the pretty pictures, telling the fans what's going on, all right, you're going to run up and take care of that informational piece that we need. We'll step away, and we will be back shortly. As soon as we get word that we have a clean tech inspection on the 91, we'll be back and tell you that it is official. But it looks good right now on the water. Andrew Tate and the U91 Goodman Real Estate. We'll be right back. to our fans that just watched our final heat for the Lake Guntersville Hydrofest and the race for the Southern Cup. Specifically for the Southern Cup, Andrew Tate and the U91 is confirmed. They have cleared tech. They are the official Southern Cup champion for 2024. A very quick turnaround by our officials. This is how it needs to happen. Nicely done. The other boats are going through tech for second place and third place in that order. But I can confirm the winner of the 2024 Southern Cup is that young man out of Canton, Michigan, Andrew Tate, and the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, the boat owned by the citizens of Madison, Indiana. And they will be racing next weekend on home waters on the Ohio River. But for right now, they don't really care. They're going to get the Southern Cup trophy. Not the first time for Andrew Tate. He's done it before here. He knows this race course. I think he likes it pretty well. We'll be back with an award ceremony. If you can hear me and you're in the park, come on down. We'll give away the trophies, but the big ones going to Andrew Tate. Congratulations to Madison Racing, Goodman Real Estate, and Andrew Tate. We'll be back on stage with the awards. For Erica Allreed, this is Brad Lou signing off from here on Lake Guntersville. We'll be back with an award ceremony. Stay with us. Sorry to interrupt the good tunes again, but for those of you still here in the park that are listening, if you happen to not be coming up here to our award ceremony at the start-finish line, the buses are outside the gates. They are lining up to take you back to where your car is. But we would love it if you wanted to come by here to start-finish line and join us for our trophy presentation. The drivers will all be here. There will be a lot of hooting and hollering and some good celebration. Just being told now that our second place finisher in the Southern Cup, Jamie Nielsen, he has cleared tech inspection, so that is official. Andrew Tate, your winner. Jamie Nielsen, Mercury's Coffee How about that? A second place finish in the Southern Cup. Jamie Nielsen going to be standing tall on the podium. So come join us at the start-finish line for our award ceremony. But if you need to go home, the buses are ready. Katie, is that what we needed? The buses are ready if they want to head home, and we thank them for coming. Thanks for sticking with us through our delay and the weather. Mother Nature just had some other ideas for us, but she held off enough. We had a couple good final heats. I'm going to go grab the information necessary to give out those trophies, and we will do it for the H1 Unlimited and the Southern Cup Championship, and also for the Southern Nationals for our Grand Prix America hydroplanes. We'll be on the stage shortly, and don't forget those marathon outboards. We've got some winners and some trophies in that class as well. Join us at the main stage. We'll be there very shortly. You got me? Oh, there we are. Okay. Nick, you got me up there? We're all the way around the park. Erica, my new broadcast partner for 2024 with H1 Unlimited on the circuit, Erica Allreed. Met her last year. She's going to come up here and help with this real quick because we want to get to the trophies. You have a good time?
Absolutely. It was hard not to with these kind of races.
You going to come back to Guntersville?
I'd say so.
I think that's a good idea. We've got some dignitaries here that we want to bring up who are going to say a couple things. They are no strangers to any of you here. We'd like to start with Guntersville Mayor Lee Dollar. Lee, come on up.
Oh, thank you so much. As always, we're so glad to have everyone here. We're so glad that we got to finish. We apologize that the weather didn't cooperate. But again, thank y'all so much for being here, and we look forward to giving away some bling here. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. We got another very important person to come up here. She's over here smiling, and everybody wants to talk to her because she's got envelopes in her hand. That may mean money for somebody. This is our race committee chairperson, Karen Cardwell. Thank you for all you do, and I'm going to make you say a couple of words to all these fine folks because you're kind of a big focal point here for this event. Congratulations, and thank you, sweetie.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us till the end of the day. Thank you to coming to Guntersville Lake Hydrofest 2024. This is our 6th year, and we enjoy having all the fans coming out and supporting us. And we also have our sponsors that make this available, and all of our volunteers throughout the year. I've been volunteer coordinator since 2018, and so our volunteers have stuck with us to the end this afternoon and make this event happen for y'all.
You rock, Karen. Thank you very, very much. We had 3 classes of boats here this weekend. Actually, we had 5 classes of boats, but our stock outboards had 3 classes. And the largest class that ran is the one we're going to give away the trophies for first, second, and third place. But the stock outboards as a group, can we give it up for them? They went out there and ran and ran. They only got to run twice. There was a third heat they were supposed to get involved in. But I'm telling you, I watched that heat over here on a big screen with the drones. That water was rough, and we dumped one out here, but everybody was okay. But yes, stock outboards, let's give it up. They did a great job. So you got some hardware here for me on this stuff? Or have you got envelopes for them? Is that what we do? Or do we do have? We got, you guys don't miss a trick, do you? It's part of that Southern hospitality thing. I like that. Stock outboards. We're going to start with our third place finisher. It's boat number 85M. It was driven by Paul Tyke. Paul, are you here? If you are, come on up. Here he comes. She will hand you the trophy, and I got a question. I just made a comment here that in that second heat, that water was a little soupy. Was it right?
Yeah, that's the way we like it.
Now, there's a boat racer. There's a boat racer. Have you run down here at Guntersville before?
I have not.
You have a good time?
Yes, I did.
Coming back?
Yes, I will.
This is a long interview. This is it's going to happen real quick. Well, congratulations on a third place finish, and thanks for going out and fighting that stuff. It was a good show.
Yep, I appreciate that. And we came all the way from northern Michigan down here to race. And, yeah, this is a great town. Got a house outside of town. We had a good time. Yeah.
And you'll be back.
Yes, I will. This is probably the hottest weather I've ever been in my life. But other than that, it's a good time.
There's a whole bunch of us that aren't from here that feel that way. But now here's the toughest part of getting this trophy. You got to stand right there in the center and get your picture taken by these guys. So there you go. Big smile. Gray hair, gray boat. Well, I can certainly relate to the gray hair thing. Second place in our stock outboards, boat number 78F, Thomas Schlarb. Thomas, are you here? Somebody's going to come up. And that somebody is a little shy. Here he comes. We got somebody coming up. Now we get to find out who this is.
I'm James Klein. I run the 25.
Sorry, say it again.
My name's James Klein, and I run the 25 runabout class.
So you were out there playing in that stuff, too?
Oh, yeah. It's a ton of fun. A little rough, but nothing the boat can't handle.
And I heard most of you guys are from Michigan. You from Michigan as well?
Yep, I'm from just north of southeast Detroit.
Hottest place you've been for a while?
It's pretty hot. I ran the tunnel boats here back in 2019, and we had a blast, and that's why we decided to come with the marathon stuff, because we love the town, we love the people, and it's just a great time.
Well, we love having you here, and do me a favor, one favor, before we take the picture. Come back again, will you?
Oh, we plan on it.
There you go. Representing our second place finisher, boat number 78F, Thomas Schlarb. Man, you stand up straight, too. You're good. You must have won a lot before. Got kind of a special award here for our winner. Our first place in our stock outboard class is boat number 20M. It is Garen Janicki. And I'm told this is the first time you have won one of these events. Is that a true statement?
Yes, sir, it is. It's a blast to be out there, and it was rough as all get out, so we had a great time.
Have you checked out the size of that hardware? That's pretty good stuff.
It's going to fit a lot of beer, I can tell you guys that, and it's going to be a good time.
How long have you been driving in the class?
I've been driving for about 3 years, and this is the third time I've beat my brother, and I want to thank him for blowing over to put me in first place.
Now that's a brother. There you go. So I've been asking everybody the same question. You coming back to Guntersville for us?
Absolutely. We'll be back in full force next year.
And there is something about this southern hospitality, isn't it?
The food and the people, you can't beat it. You really can't. Thank you, guys. We appreciate everything you do for us. And bringing us out here, you really can't beat it. It was a great time, and it was rough. It was really, really rough. It was awesome.
And we want to thank your brother one more time for blowing over.
Thank you, Jameson, for blowing over. If it wasn't for you, you would not be drinking beer out of this thing, I tell you that.
Our winner, step right over here, get your picture taken. Garen Janicki, our champion. And I think he's a good one. You're a little shy, aren't you? Okay. It's nice and cool here. Jeez. When do you guys turn the heat down? Now, one of you has figured out which color you're supposed to wear. We're supposed to wear dark? Never mind. We've got some heat winners to give away in our Grand Prix class in our H1 Unlimited, so we're going to go through all of the Grand Prix first before we get to H1 Unlimited. And we had a couple of heats on the Grand Prix America side. We ran Heat 3A. It was sponsored by Farm Fresh, and a name we seem to be talking about a lot this weekend. He drove the GP35. His name's Brandon Kennedy, the TM Special. Brandon, come on up here, bud. Tell me about this race boat. Nobody's listening. It's just you and me up here. That thing's a rocket.
Top secret. It's all the driver.
I like that. I like that. No motor man, no team. It's. Who are these guys? Oh boy.
These are my kids.
Is that your phone?
my mom's phone. They ain't breaking my phone.
You don't have Amazon on there, do you?
No, I'm sure they're racking up some bills there.
You've been driving this thing for a while. You're a very accomplished shoe in the sport. Does it ever get old?
No, I love this sport, and I love doing it with my whole family. The crew that we have is just amazing to go to these races. Even in the heat, they're churning and burning, and it's awesome. I love racing Grand Prix. Maybe someday one of these unlimited owners will give me a shot, but until then, we'll keep making noise and have a fast Grand Prix boat.
I got a hunch that's going to happen one of these days. Our winner of Farm Fresh Heat 3A, Brandon Kennedy. Stand over here and get a picture, young man. Oh, and Brandon, don't go very far. Yeah. I got a hunch you might be back up here later on. We'll have you back up here very quickly. We ran another heat of Grand Prix America today in our GPs. We ran Heat 3B. It also was sponsored by Farm Fresh. I want to thank those folks for their support of your event. Without them, it doesn't happen. We have to have our sponsors. It's the lifeblood of motorsports. Farm Fresh and all our sponsors, thank you. In our Heat 3B, our first place finisher, I know this guy. He's a lot of fun to hang around with. He drove the GP10, the Charger. Kevin Ekert, come on up here, bud.
Thank you.
How you doing?
You know, I couldn't be better, Brad.
Did you find a drone kind of setting right down on the top of your boat when you were dead in the water out there?
Yeah, you know, I heard the thing, and I thought I heard a weird whistling coming from the back. So when I come jumping out of the boat, it's like, what's going on? I look up, and there he is.
Yeah, you looked up, and we saw your smile, and everything was good.
Yeah, luckily I was smiling. I shouldn't have been, but this was an excellent weekend. You know, the boat far surpassed our expectations this weekend. So, of course, I was smiling.
You were telling me on Thursday night you really like this boat.
I do really like this boat.
It's quick.
It is. It's a lot quicker than I thought.
Boat racers have one thing in common. You like to go fast.
Well, yeah, but I could always go faster.
There you go. Never be satisfied, right?
No, right now I'm very satisfied. I got a great team behind me, the best owner I could possibly ask for behind me. So, no, I'm happy.
You should be, and we're happy that you came down here. And I'm asking everybody, you going to come back?
Absolutely, if they have me.
Got to like it down here, right?
Absolutely.
Young man, have your picture taken here with the hardware. I'll step out of the way and have a good evening. Thank you, guys. Okay, so that is it for our preliminary heats on the GP side. So now we'll get to the first, second, and third place finishers in our Grand Prix Southern Nationals Championship. The Southern Nationals were sponsored by Marshall County Tourism and Sports. It is a wonderful organization here. We all know what they do. We know who many of the people are. You know who they are. Make sure you thank Marshall County Tourism and Sports. I'm not getting off this stage if I don't put a shout out to my dear friend Katie Norton, who works so hard, and she'll say, no. She won't even. I've done this now 6 times. I've never gotten much more than a smile out of her. Can we just please give it up for Katie Norton over here and everything she does? You can fire me after this is done. We'll have that conversation. So, GP Southern Nationals Championship. Third place finisher. These guys, I've been around them for so long, I feel like I'm part of the family. And they're a fun group to be with. They race hard, they work hard, their boat is fast. And every once in a while they sneak up and really bite somebody. Well, biting somebody today is defined as a third place finish in the Southern Nationals. It's Grand Prix boat number 15. Greg Hopp behind the wheel of the happy-go-lucky Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Come on up, Gregor. While he comes up here, where's Jerry? Wait, we put a pretty good dent in that beef jerky you brought over during the storm. Yeah, we sat around the table over here and all had beef jerky. The old man was feeding us.
Well, that beef jerky is awesome. The Old Trapper. Old Trapper.
A couple more years, you could be in that commercial.
Yeah, well, that guy makes a lot of money, so okay.
He usually does it with somebody. Call me. Anyway, talk about the experience down here this weekend. I know you had a good weekend. Some good, some bad, but you're sitting here third place. Not bad.
Yeah, we started out the weekend really not good. We ended up tearing up one of our blowers, and then we put that blower on our other motor, which, by the way, is Happy from Happy Go Lucky. And then we put that blower, ended up blowing that motor up completely, and then pulled it back off, put it on Bill, Happy-go-lucky as well, and then ended up getting third in the final, so you can't ask for better than that. And again, we've got the new sponsor, Old Trappers. We still got Stettner on board, and looking forward to the rest of the season.
This is not your first rodeo in Guntersville. You've been here before. Same question. I'm sure you'll come back.
Oh, yeah!
Are you going to do the loud one here?
Well,
because Erica here's never heard it.
Normally I save this for first place wins, but I'm doing this for my crew. These guys busted their butts all weekend long. We're out in the heat and changing motors and blowers, and it was just too much. So this is for you guys.
Signature. Greg Hop. Thank you, young man. Greg Hop's our third place finisher. Well, we just had this guy up here. He said he had fun when we dropped the drone in on him. He's our second place finisher in our Southern Nationals. GP10, Kevin Ekrit, driving that Charger. And I'm going to ask him a question about that boat when he gets up here, because not on my list. Yeah, this is one of those awkward moments where somebody hands me the. So was it? Well, we're going to vote. No, we're not. Now I'm in trouble. I got him as a second.
No, it's a 71. He didn't finish.
That's what I thought. That's why we had the. Okay.
It's an error on Dave Richard.
So 71.
71.
They're saying 17.
No, 17.
Yeah, 17. 71's crash.
Yeah, it's true. 17.
Try this again. We're going to rewind the tape. Hey, okay, so thank you very much, Greg Hop. Always good to have you down here in Guntersville. How about second place finish going to Grand Prix boat number 17? Come on up here. Let's get the trophy to the right people. Where is he? Here he comes. I'm not sure you're real happy with me.
I'm great.
You sure?
Couldn't be happier.
Look at this down here. See this? And I even talked to him about dropping the drone in on him.
That looks like your handwriting.
That is not my handwriting. This is my handwriting here. I can't write that nice. Did you have a good time down here?
I had a great time. I had an absolutely great time. The hospitality is great. The fans are great. The team came a long ways. We're from Seattle, Washington. We have a two-boat team. Lots of problems on the way, but we busted through. The team just put their heads down. We did what we needed to do, and can't wait to be back next year.
You going home right after this, or you staying down here?
We're going to head to Nashville for a couple days, and then we're going to head up to Madison, Indiana, and then go try to compete up in Valleyfield by Montreal and see what we can do up there.
No partying in Nashville, right?
None.
None whatsoever. You'll come down here again, I assume?
Absolutely.
They have a little problem with the awards down here, but other than that, this is an awesome organization.
Yes, it is.
Anyway, congratulations. Always good to talk to you, young man. You were very helpful to me throughout the weekend. Give it up for this guy. I'm sorry what happened. Hold the trophy up. Get your picture taken out here, and I'll get out of the way. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, that was fun. I've been doing this for too many years. That is the first time that has ever happened. I'm scared to death to do this next one. Thank you. I needed that. Okay. Marshall County Tourism and Sports sponsored the Grand Prix Southern Nationals Championship. She kept telling me that I had this statement from a year ago about solving somebody's puzzle. And I said, you know what? We're having that issue right here this weekend in the Grand Prix because nobody was able to solve GP35 Brandon Kennedy and that TM special. He is our winner. He's going to come up here and get the big piece of hardware one more time. Brandon, come on down. That's a nice piece of hardware. So,
glad you got my name right.
I know. Would you help me read that? Right? It says you, right?
Yep. That's
there
me.
We go. And you were the guy that did that, right?
Yep, I was.
All right, you're the guy that nailed the start, came out of the first turn first, and blew away from everybody.
Yeah, that's about it. I couldn't hit a start all weekend besides that one. I was real off, but my whole crew kept razzing on me all weekend, and my sponsor, River City Printing, he's always a pain in the butt, but awesome to be around, makes all our crew shirts, T-shirts, and all that good stuff, but he's always razzing on me about it. So I said, all right, in the final, I'll hit a good one just for you, and I did. So I'm good with that.
Yeah, it was a whale of a start. River City Printing, Madison, Indiana?
Yes, sir. So we go to their hometown race next week and try to repeat this thing.
Well, you will. I'm going to try and not repeat this thing, maybe the first and third, but we'll get it right. Do you have a good time down here all weekend?
100%. I'm just so ecstatic for our team. This is our second final win this year, and we built this boat last winter, did it in our own shop. My dad, my grandpa, Ron Thompson paying all the bills, Sandy, everyone in this team, it's a whole family. I could name a whole family all day long that puts this thing on the water, but to build a boat and go out there and do what we did this weekend, go 5 for 5, it's incredible. And got to thank my wife for letting me have all the time away from these kids building it and making it go fast.
Well, we thank you for bringing it down here, putting on the show you did. Congratulations. Give it up, Brandon Kennedy, our Grand Prix Southern Nationals champion and the GP 35. Let's get the picture with the kids up here and the trophy. This is a big deal. This is going to be good. That's a good shot right there. Erica, that was kind of a wide shot there. I'm sure you and I will be cropped out of that very quickly. All right, we move on to the Southern Cup and our H1 Unlimiteds. We got a couple of their heats in today. We gave trophies away yesterday. We're going to give away their Heat 3 trophy and their Heat 4 trophy right now. Heat 3 was sponsored by the Guntersville Waterboard. It was won by boat number 1, the U1, driven by J. Michael Kelly, the Beacon Electric. Mike, I know you're here somewhere. Come on up. Here he comes. Another guy got the kids in tow. This is always kind of fun. Hey, bud, there's a lot of really, really fast race boats in that field you run in. I got a pretty good hunch you're aware of that already.
Oh, the competition's really stepped up this off season, and I think today or this weekend really showed that. You definitely got to be on your A game, and in a couple of these heat races we were there. So got to thank Beacon Electric, all the guys that bust their tails all weekend long in this heat, and everybody here at Hydrofest and our officials and volunteers. Couldn't do it without you, so thank you.
Mike just brought up a very important person, and I didn't say anything about them. The volunteers. The volunteers rock. Sponsors, got to have them. Without the volunteers, nothing happens.
Yeah, no, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them.
Thank you for bringing the boat down here. I know you wanted to win. You're that kind of guy. You don't win them all. But, hey, you don't have to wait very long. We'll be on the Ohio River next weekend, and you'll be ready to go, I am sure.
Yeah, no, we've got a lot of racing ahead of us, and we're going to try to bounce back from this one. But at the end of the day, proud of this team. We did everything that we wanted. We just didn't finish where we wanted.
That's okay. That's okay. You've got it. We would be disappointed if you said anything else. You coming back down here again?
Yeah, I'll come back every year. Love coming here. Love bringing the family here. Met a lot of great people. Made some good friends, and yeah, no, always look forward to come. Can't even talk right now. Love Guntersville. So thank you. Hope you enjoyed it.
We did enjoy it. We'll see you next week. Thank you, my friend. J. Michael Kelly, Beacon Electric. He's our defending national high points champion. He runs in boat number 1. That was Heat 3, sponsored by the Guntersville Waterboard. They stepped up, Guntersville Waterboard again, and sponsored our Heat 4. And this was really a good one. This is pretty reminiscent of a year ago in Madison, Indiana, when this young man came off the exit pin at turn 1 and basically said to the rest of the field, I will see you later. And he ran away with it. It was really good. It was boat number 11. It's the Miss Mercury's Coffee and this guy, Jamie Nielsen. You having a good time?
Oh, having a great time.
Well, you're not having near as much fun as all the people over there in those shirts. I wish you could have seen him over here with that finish in the final.
Yeah, I wish I could have seen him too. So this heat win is very special to us because it's the first heat win with Mercury's Coffee on the boat. And we just love having them on board. We couldn't do it without their support, and looking forward to many more of these to come.
Where's all this extra speed coming from? And nobody's listening. You can just tell me nobody's listening.
Oh, you guys know Scott Rainey. He worked his tail off all winter long, and it's pretty sweet to see all his hard work pay off.
Well, his last words to me after the final heat were, "We're coming. Watch out."
Oh, yeah. We're always coming. I think everyone knows that. So we're always going to give it our best, never going to give up, and we're always going to give everyone a run for our money.
Thank you very much for the great show. And, oh, by the way, don't go very far. I think you're coming back up here.
I appreciate it.
All right. Jamie Nielsen, driver of the Miss Mercury's Coffee, the U11. So before we get to our third place, second place, first place winners in our Southern Cup final, I'm having my assistant go through and make sure all the names are right. Have we got this right this time? Okay, thank you. I don't think I want to step in that mud puddle again. But before we get there, I want to thank another sponsor because we didn't get to run Heat 4. We didn't get to run Heat 5. Check that, 5 and 6 we did not get to run. But we had a sponsor for both of them. I want to give a shout out to the Electric Board of Guntersville. They were sponsors of Heat 5 that we didn't run. They were also sponsors of Heat 6. We've been talking here about how important that is. Can you please give it up? Electric Board of Guntersville, sponsors of Heat 5 and Heat 6. All right, the Southern Cup champion. The Southern Cup Championship. We've been duking this out here on this wonderful body of water since 2018. We raced here way back in the 60s, and then a lot of years we didn't have racing here. We came back in 2018. It was an outstanding event, and I know she's going to throw something at me if I say her name again, but Katie Norton told me before we ever came down here, she says, you guys give out an award each year for the finest race site of the year. And she said, we're going to start winning some of those awards. They've been doing exactly that because this event is that good. Challenged with the weather, it was still a terrific event. Lake Guntersville, Alabama, the Southern Cup champion Marshall County Tourism Sports does a great job. One last time for them, please. All right, Mike, you won. Beacon Electric. J. Michael Kelly is our third place finisher. Come on up here. Got the family in tow. We kind of already talked about this a little bit, so we can be short and sweet and to the point. All of a sudden, there were 6 boats out there in the water, and all of a sudden you were going 5 times around. Did the water get that much worse, or was it still okay?
The water was great. Not so great back there, following Andrew and Jamie. But no, it just, I really put myself in a bad spot during that milling period and found myself out in the outside lane. So knew there really wasn't much to do. I tried chasing down Jamie. I think I used some of my outboard moves, dive bombed on the inside, dive bombed on the outside, and almost got there. But end of the day, once again, I got to thank Daryl and Vanessa Strong, Beacon Electric, Bill Cahill, and all the guys on the race team. I mean, they worked hard. Friday night, Saturday night, we were here till, I don't know, we were probably one of the last few here. There, a lot of work goes into these things, and, I'm the lucky one that gets to drive it. So got to thank those guys that work really hard. Thank my family that allowed me to do this, and thank you to all the fans and race teams out there. Thank you everybody else. It was really cool seeing the marathon guys and the outboarders and my friends that run the GP. So thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming. See you next year.
I think that, whoops. Uh-oh. Yeah, you talk too long. We don't start music. We just unplug the mic. So, Mike, thank you very, very much. Always the consummate competitor, but also always the gentleman, J. Michael Kelly. even when he didn't finish where he wanted, he will come up here and say good things. I was going to ask this next guy up here about some of those moves that Mr. Michael Kelly was just talking about, that diving to the inside, going to the outside. I'm not sure Jamie Nielsen knew where to look each time. Is he on the left side? Is he on the right side? Because we saw him diving in and going out. He was trying everything under the sun to get around him, but he didn't. And thus, our second place finisher goes by the name of Miss Mercury's Coffee, which I really like that name, and we love that new sponsor, Jamie Nielsen. So did you see him running around back there, going in, coming out?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I had a radio full of go low, go out, go low, go out. But, you know, Mike Kelly is a heck of a racer. And if I was completely honest, a lot of the skills I have as a driver, I learned from him. So anytime you can beat a team in a boat like that, you're doing something right. But I wanted to say a really special thank you for this moment to thank my crew and my team. The weather here was so hot, and they worked absolutely tirelessly to make this happen. So everyone from the top down, from Scott and Shannon Rainey for the opportunity, to every single guy that was on that boat turning a wrench, this one's for them, and this one is for Miss Mercury's Coffee.
How do you follow that? I don't think you do. Congratulations. You put on a great show this weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Guntersville. Thank you to all the volunteers. You guys put on a great event. Can't wait to come back and do it again.
We're going to come back and do it again next year, and we hope you will be here along with Mercury's Coffee. It's awesome. I'll step away. Let's get a picture. Second place. And as we keep saying on the pipes, Erica, we keep talking about it. And just so you know, Jamie, that day in the sun is coming. It's not an if. We always say it's a when. And when it does, we're expecting the pit area to get locked down, and there's going to be one good party, and I'm not missing it. Jamie Nielsen, second place in the Southern Cup. So I guess there's only one left. And I made the comment after it was done. We see a lot of races. We see some races that are very, very close when the finish. We see some races sometimes where they're not so close. And somebody really goes out and takes a big lead and moves away. And the word that we use on that is dominant. What we saw out there in that final heat was a very, very dominant performance by a truly terrific guy, a funny guy, a great guy to hang around with. But, man, he is ferocious on the race course. We all know who it is. Let's get him up here. I'm dying to talk to him. Andrew Tate, U91, Goodman Real Estate. And he's got to bring the whole team up here. That's good, Charlie. Get them up here. And then I'll get out of the way, but not until I get a couple of words with the young man. Things are going the right way. I appreciate you keeping your shoes on this time. You were hanging out in the sand with us yesterday. Man, you came out of that lower corner like you were shot out of a rocket. You timed the start, you nailed it, and you were gone.
Yeah, we had a really good start, and that was the key. Outside of a fast boat and a great team and a radio guy who was all over it telling me to go and when to do it. So I couldn't be happier for the town of Madison, Indiana, everyone at Goodman Real Estate, and a special shout out to one of our crew members' wives who allow them to support this team. Skeeter Noonan, we're thinking about you. Hang tough and keep having fun.
And I'm going to assume you're still having fun.
It's a lot more fun when you win, but it's a great time to come down here to Guntersville. The people are awesome. You keep asking everyone if they're going to come back next year. Hell yeah.
That's the answer we're looking for. We got it. One last question. I mean, the boat ran flawlessly in that final. It ran very good. From the time you pulled away from the dock, like I said, you nailed the start. You were gone. You've won this race before. You know what it means to win in Guntersville. And I'm assuming, nope, you don't get tired of it. You'll take the next three if they'll give them to you.
Yeah. If you look at the points race, it's real tight. So it's anyone's game. The competition is tough. special shout out to the Mercury team. It was awesome to see them do so well this weekend. Jamie drove his butt off. Anytime we can get up here and in front of Strong Racing and JMK and Corey Peabody, we know we're doing something all right.
Yeah, you're doing something all right. You're doing a lot right. I'm going to just turn the other way. I want to get a couple of comments from you, my friend. Charlie Grooms of Miss Madison Racing. That kid drove a hell of a final heat.
What do you think of that?
I think it was pretty darn good. You put him in that boat, and I think you got a good marriage with that one.
Yeah, we're schooling him. He's still got a lot to learn, but that's okay.
That should scare the heck out of the rest of the field.
Today was a good start, and Mike and the team really did a good job in setting things up and getting Andrew comfortable. This boat's much different than the other one, but that's part of what happens at the first race. Sometimes you step on and sometimes you don't. And luckily, we had a chance in the final, and sure enough, Andrew hit the thing perfectly and showed what the boat will really do. And so, congratulations to Andrew. It's his first win with Miss Madison, and we certainly are proud of him. Certainly proud of the support that we get from the Goodman Real Estate Group. Kelly Jo Norris, I know Kelly's watching in Seattle. John Goodman's watching, he's in Italy. And George Petrie, the CEO, I think he's somewhere in Washington State. I know they're all three watching. So thank you guys for your support, our organization, our team. Congratulations to all the teams that made it. This is a tough thing to come down in this heat. I know all of them worked their tail off. Charlie Wiggins and that group, they did a wonderful job. Congratulations to Shannon and Pyro. What a wonderful thing for you guys. And Darryl, it's been a long time. You won everything last year. We're tickled to death to compete with you, against you. And Hydrotown is making some changes, and I think it's a good thing. We've got several nice things coming our way, and things are really looking good in many ways. So thanks, Guntersville, the race side of the year. They've won it several years in a row, and we all see why. They do a phenomenal job. And whether it's Katie and even David, David, we talk a lot about Katie, but we have to play with David over there on that side, and sometimes that's tough, but sometimes it's really thankful, and we're really thankful for him and their entire group. So a lot of people to thank, but most of all, thank my team. Thank Mike Hansen. We had a couple hiccups, but that's okay. Sandy Tate, thanks for being here, supporting your lovely little boy. We're glad to have him as a member of the Miss Madison family. Got a couple of board members. They very rarely make it to the races and very seldom make it to the podium, so thanks, guys. Dave Taylor and Jeff Kernan. And my wife, Nancy, is up here somewhere. But anyway, I could talk on forever, but I know we're all hot, ready to go have a beer. We certainly will. And thank you guys for coming. Thanks to the fans, and certainly thank the volunteers. And with that, Mike can say something. Outside of that, we're done. And we're certainly looking forward to coming back next year and repeat.
I think Charlie checked all the boxes.
All but one. Come back to Madison next weekend, seeing the same show. Now, I know most of the spectators are gone because of the storm and all that, but we're doing this again next weekend, and it's only 8 miles up the hill here. So come out to Madison for the 4th of July weekend. We'll put on the show again.
Mike, you want to say anything else?
No, just thanks for having us. We love coming down here. We'll be back next year.
Anybody else dying for a little Mike time here? You sure? You two right there? You still never came down and stood next to me in a heat. Okay. All right. They are the 2024 Southern Cup champions, the driver Andrew Tate, Miss Madison Racing, Goodman Real Estate, U91, give it up. And I'm going to get out of here so you can get a team photo right up here with all that good stuff. I'm going to step away. Congrats, guys. Nice job. Did you find the $2,500 anywhere?
And oh, by the way, Brad, thank you and all the H1 officials. What a challenge that they had this weekend and every weekend, but certainly thank all the officials, all the volunteers on the H1 side and the Hydrotown side, and you, Brad, as well, corralling that bunch. It's been wonderful. A great start to the season, and H1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we get the photo up. I'll step away. We'll let them celebrate, and that'll close the book on the 2024 Guntersville Hydrofest, the race for the Southern Cup. It's in the books. Andrew Tate, U91, Goodman Real Estate. One last shout out to everybody. Please be careful on your way home. For Erica Allreed, wherever she might be, there she is over there. My name's Brad Luce. So long, and you be careful going home. Good night, everybody.
Love y'all.
Yes, love y'all. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. You're so
I
good.
know. So thank you
very much. You take care.
The unlimited hydroplanes, the powerhouses of boat racing.
Charged by Hanauer. How he's keeping the boat under control is completely beyond me.
They're kind of flighty. They're doing a little walk. Oh, the paint! Shane! Get even!
112 years. Let's get it going. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
From Guntersville, Alabama, welcome to H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2024 Lake Guntersville Hydrofest and the race for the Southern Cup.